Yellow, everyone, and welcome in to another. I always forget. Welcome into another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm doing just fine. I have. Hello? Hello? Excuse you? Oh. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm doing well today. I'm actually feeling really good today, which is a really nice change of pace. I'll be honest with you. I am here. I am ready to go. I've sent out the blue sky notice. I have tagged. I have posted over on the Discord. I have everything open. Oh, I don't have everything open. I need to have the map open because today we are going to be finally at long last doing the color of the map. We're finally coloring it in. And you know what? I'm going to open this up also to give myself a little bit of insight as to why the top of this mountain looks the way it does. I'm hoping that tomorrow I will have I will have made the notification that we are doing Asher's Ridge next week. I've been meaning to make one. I just have forgotten. I'm really bad at remembering things, especially when I'm busy doing many things at once. I very quickly get overwhelmed. And I forget certain things that like it's usually the things that are pretty obvious that I forget because I make no effort to write it down anywhere for me to remember because I'm like, I'm not gonna forget that. That's so obvious that I need to do that. Well, not that obvious. So the thing I'm looking at right now is this picture of a valley here. This apparently is the Oscar Gross, whatever that is. But I'm looking at this because when we look at this map here, again, this is a topographical map for the game Asher's Ridge. It is a map that I'm remaking because I've never done a topographical map, and this felt like a pretty good time to like do one. And hold on, let me move over here. So I do have my music a little bit louder than I did yesterday, so I just want to make sure that our audios are appropriate. Yeah, looking at this map for Asher's Ridge, this made-up location, we have learned that whenever there's these like stark lines around an area, it means that like it's a different almost biome. It's a different yeah, it's just a kind of a different biome. So like some areas, so this area that's green is obviously like the foresty woodland-esque area. Meanwhile over here, this is probably like the more lake shore area. And then up here on this ridge is the mountainy area because this has pretty, and then down here into the quarry. This is probably a little bit more, it's not wooded up here. So if we look back to this, image, we can kind of see that. We can kind of see that the lower we get into this valley, the greener it gets, even if it's sparse along the mountainside. But then as we get up into the mountains, there's much less vegetation and it becomes a lot more arid up here. To the point where there is, I guess maybe arid's not the correct word, but there's not a lot of vegetation up here. And then we have the snow caps once we get high enough. But yeah, so this is what I need to imagine in my mind when I'm looking at those when I'm looking at the biome shifts. So I have not put in the I have not put in these lines just yet. Mostly because I wanted to sit with it a little bit longer. A lot of the time, a lot of my creative process is sitting with something for a while. It's not even my creative process, it's just my process for the most part. Hold on, I don't like that this isn't on the 5. It doesn't want to let me hit 0. So I'll do it manually. I'll put it there. Otherwise I'm yelling over myself. Let's see. So yeah, I a lot of my just process in general is a lot of me sitting with something to try and um to try and like and just internal like understand what I'm trying to do, or like give myself space away from the topic or whatever, to then come back with a better mindset on it. So when it comes to a creative process, a lot of it's kind of like the same idea as when people are painting. They have to step away from it and they have to get like a different angle to like make sure that things are proportional and make sure that like the colors mix just like they want them to, because a lot of the times when you're painting, it's the colors, especially if you're going really in depth with it, are influenced a lot by the lighting of a location. So and because you're always standing like right in front, right on top of the canvas, it really serves you to like step back and like walk around it to get like a different perspective on it. And they also have this like they also do the thing with the stick, where they put a like their paintbrush in front of them and they close like an eye and try to um they are trying to get us observe parts of the painting in small chunks. You'll also see people with like a piece of paper or like a cardboard with like a hole cut out in the middle of it, like a small little hole from like a viewfinder on the camera, like about that size, and they'll put it up. Do people even know? Maybe not viewfinder, but like where you like, you know, a small little aperture. So they'll put it up and they'll like look through it so they can only see through that small sliver on the piece of cardboard to get that same effect of only observing parts of the image and not looking at it as a piece of the whole. In an effort once again to just gain to like shake their brain from what they've been seeing, because you get so like used to seeing something that that the mistakes become a feature essentially. So that's the same kind of concept here, where I didn't put in these lines because I actually really needed to sit with the elevations, and these lines are confusing in not the way that I don't know what they are, but they're confusing to me because it seems like it should mean something else than what it does. Because if I were to just put these lines in this image here, they would just be black lines on this page, and it would be like, what are we doing here, right? Like, it's like, oh my gosh, that's so big. But it would be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, there's lines here. What does that mean? I don't know. To me, it creates like a very visual divide, but that's not, and it is a divide, but it's not a divide in the way that I imagine it, right? So that is why, uh-oh. That is why we are doing what I'm doing today. So first, let me find what this, oh, I think we got it in one. Which is weird because this is a very weird, I wonder if this is like a 25. Yeah, it's 25. Okay, so now that I've had time to sit with it and I have the heat map and stuff, I more understand what I'm looking at. So now I'm able to get this image and be able to kind of like understand what it's trying to accomplish. Oh. Okay, so how do I want to do this? This is our wood clearing here. And we get one elevation line, two elevation line. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and on the fourth one, it starts. So our start line is going to be somewhere up here. And then we're gonna head down to about right here. Then we go elevation line 1, 2, 3. So from there, it's 1, 2, and 3. So it goes somewhere here. And then this basically goes all the way to the edge. It's somewhere between these two layers. Oh no, it doesn't. It's up here. So if we are here, if I'm looking at this elevation line, we go down 1 elevation line, 2 elevation line, 3 elevation line, and it's somewhere here. And then it's like in between here. That's our other line. And then it's basically right on top of that elevation line is the next one. And then we go just a little bit this way, following the elevation line basically. And it's like there. It's really tiny. Speaking of tiny, this also goes this way a little bit to about right there. And then we go from here into this first one. It's down this. So it goes into this. It's somewhere in the middle, about here and above it. So it's about right there. And then from there, it goes down here. So if we have that one, it's 1 and then in the middle of those two. So if we go down this line, yeah, it's in the middle of these. I think it's somewhere around here. And then this one is fairly explainable. So we have that line that goes into that line, that goes into this line, that goes into this line. Okay, so this is where I'm looking. And it goes to about here. And then it follows this contour to about right here. It's actually pretty much on top of that elevation line. Hold on, I have the stabilization thing on, and it's not letting me do anything. There we go. Okay, so we do that, and then we go down 1, 2, and it's between 2 and 3. So here 1, 2, and it's between 2 and 3. It goes here. Then we go down 1, 2. Maybe I should have done the nature trail. Maybe the nature trail would make this easier. I didn't look for you know what? Let me open Clip Studio. Let me open Clip Studio. Not this one, but like the shot part of the Clip Studio. Let me see if I can find a brush really quick that does this dotted line. Oh my god. Water is so good. Did you guys know how good water was? Because water is really fucking good. No meme. All right, I'm looking for dashed line. Dashed line dot. Beautiful. Is this what I'm looking for? What is this? Pixel Brushes Mega Pack? What are you? Either way, I'm going to have to save this, so let me just save this real quick. Because I'm going to have to restart the program. Re-download? What do you mean re-download? Have I already downloaded this? You guys get to enjoy the art instead of one of my favorite artists of all time. I'm trying to remember her last name. Devin L. Kurtz. And Devin L. Kurtz is one of my fave artists of all time. She made these cats, and I will forever lament that I missed out on the print sale that she did on them. But she's right now working on making a bunch of little books based around the bakery dragon, which is, as you would guess, about a dragon doing bakery things. It is downloading, so while that downloads, let me look at these other dots. I think I found exactly what I wanted. All right, we've downloaded it. There's also another dash. I'm also gonna grab another dash line while I'm here because I like the way this one looks. I'm also gonna go ahead and download you because you also look nice. Look, don't get me started on brushes. Brushes is like the one thing I could sit here and like do a lot. I'm waiting for it to download, if you're wondering. I'm sitting here waiting for my things to download. Unfortunately, it takes for fucking ever to download brushes from the shop. It takes forever to download anything. Sometimes there's updates to happen, and I'm just like, ugh. But yeah, so this is all Devin L. Kurtz. The only thing, these are two pieces, but I have combined them because I couldn't decide which one I wanted as my background. So I said, ¿por qué no los dos? And I combined them, and there was I either was going to leave a black space between here, or I was going to leave a black space on the edges, and I didn't like either. I wanted to have the full screen being taken up by this gorgeous color. So what I opted into doing instead is I painted an interim here that I hopefully feels like these two galaxies mixing. Of course, I didn't have the brushes she used, so I don't have the nuance to like follow the contours that she did. I just used the basic like speckled brush, in case you are curious where we're at. 35%, 36. We're getting there. It's just like, once again, it takes a while. But we are gonna need this because I need to do that nature trail, whether I want to or not. We need to do it. And I am simply not going to be doing the dotted line by hand. God forbid I have to do that. But yeah, so I love both of those. Again, I will forever lament the day that I was not able to pick up the I didn't see it in time. I followed them on Tumblr, or I only followed them on Tumblr at the time. And I saw somebody repost it, their art, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then one day I went to just go look at their page to see what else they had uploaded. And I saw that they were selling the prints, and I was like, oh my god. I love it. In particular, it's this cat over here on the left. It's my favorite piece of hers of all time. It's one of my favorite pieces of all time. Something about it really speaks to me. And I went to go get one of her prints, and it was over. I had literally missed it by like a couple of days, I think. And I'll never forget it. The greatest loss of my life. So instead I just grabbed the high HQ HD image off of her site, which I'm glad I did, because these are also, I don't believe they're on her site either anymore. I believe she cycled them out to add some of her more recent art. Because these are kind of old. These came out several years ago that she did these. They weren't new when she posted them for the posters that I missed either. But it was, in fact, the last time I told them. It's like, fuck. Again, if you're wondering what we're doing, I'm waiting for brushes to download. Can I make this smaller so we can just have it here on the side? And we can continue to admire this art. I only need one of these other ones. I don't need all of them. I would like all of them. But if they're going to take as long as this one is, I don't need all of them. God, water, 10 out of 10. Do recommend. What am I being recommended right now for music? What is happening? Did you guys know that apparently, allegedly, Spotify has added lossless to their as a quality option? Although apparently it's lossless with like an asterisk, where they'll only let you have so much, like listen to so much lossless in a given hour. I think they give you like a gigabyte per hour or something like that. Which I think is very funny. Let's see. I was hoping that would, like, the DJ would at least give me a nice variation of music, but it did not. I love that. I haven't been listening to I should have been, but I haven't been listening to the new Taylor Swift album on Spotify. I haven't been streaming it. I own it. I have the digital copies of it. So I have been. Can you guys see that? You guys can't see that. Yeah, I've been. I don't remember what I was saying. I'm so sorry. I wish I did. Oh yeah, no, I do. I remember. I've been listening to it myself. Because I bought them, and Apple also does lossless, but they have their own codec for it, as all proprietary Apple objects do. But you can translate it, convert it. You can convert it into a FLAC file. And FLAC is a lossless format, so I did that. I bought them because she was doing these variants. So Taylor Swift likes to do this thing where she drops again, we're sitting here waiting for brushes to download. If you're curious what is happening, I'm waiting for brushes to download. As you can see on the screen, that is one of the brushes. But but Taylor Swift likes to record acoustic versions of her songs, and she also does these things called voice memos. She usually has some recording device in the recording studio, or in the studio in general. So when they are trying to come up with a song or a hook, or like the music of it all, the lyrics, etc., she has the whole thing recorded. So if there's something that they liked and they can't remember what it was, she can just like go back in a recording and go watch it or go listen to it, so they can work off of that again. But because she has a ton of these voice memos, she likes sharing some of the more notable moments in them. Oh, you know what I could have been doing while this was downloading? I could have been playing Bollock's Pit. Bollock's Pit finally came out. Oh, but yeah, she likes, let me finish the story. So she likes to do these acoustic versions of her music, and also she likes to put out these voice memos. And usually she throws them on one of her variant albums, and she did that for this release. She came out with 6 acoustic versions of her music, and I think also 5 or 6 voice memos, or 3 or 4 voice memos, and she put them on 3 variants and CD variants, and you could also buy them digitally. And oh my god, you have to register them. This isn't even the pack I want. But she put them out on these 3 digital variants and CD variants. However, the digital variant, she also did only like a day. Each of these would be available. But she put them out for $5. They were $4.99 each variant, and which is an absolute steal for me, because it's not just the variant; it's the entire album plus the variants. So yeah, I bought the album for like $5. And I bought I bought 2 of them. I bought 2 of the digital variants. I didn't catch the first one, otherwise I would have bought that one also. I didn't know she was doing this, because I've been looking for, because I like to download the lossless versions of albums, so it's lossless. I move my files between hard drives, I wouldn't say very often, but I feel like often enough. Like, I have things still from high school back in the aughts, you know? So, and they've come through like 4 or 5 location changes over time, and I'm sure it will only continue. So for me, lossless is pretty important, especially when it comes to music, because you can't hear the difference. Once you start messing with like the different, like the equalizer settings, once you start messing with all of that, you do start noticing some discrepancies, and the lossless version does in fact sound better for hearing certain things. So I like listening to the lossless versions of my songs and stuff. Again, I'm waiting for, if you are wondering what is happening, I'm waiting for brushes to download. We finally got one of them done, and these next ones seem to be going a lot faster than the first one. So we are here. We are going. We are waiting. If you were curious what's happening, I'm waiting for these brushes. I need them for this map. because I'm not doing dotted dash lines across the entire map. If you guys don't know what part I'm talking about, if you guys weren't here yesterday when I had a mini crash out about it, I'm talking about these lines here, these dark green lines. This dark green line is the hiking path, and it starts off here, off in Asher's Ridge, off of the community center, weirdly enough. And it goes all around here. Again, this is a topographical map, so you're going up and around a lot of these hills and valleys. And then over here, we go up and around and the boop, 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 and then all the way around until you're at Lookout Point. There's another one that starts off over here in the ultimate, what are you? The Ultimate Trails campsite? Yeah, Ultimate Trails campsite, which heads up here. And then there's another one that goes up here. This one goes all over the place. This one goes all around the ridge down here and then back to the campsite and then vice versa. And then the other one leads us to this ridge. Although we don't ever really reach this ridge. I have no idea where this, it must go off screen and come back around here, which is an interesting choice to do for this ridge. I'm not gonna lie to you. Unless like I get, no, because this doesn't reach that point. At no point do these two lines converge. So there's some things about this map that I don't fully comprehend. But I've also never done hiking. I've never looked at hiking things. I don't understand hiking things. So who am I to talk about it? Our things are done, thank God. All right, now we can open Clip Studio Paint, and now we'll have a bunch of new stuff. You just have to give it a second because it is a huge file, this map. What we're doing right now is I am plotting out the vertices of this section, this line, because I don't have it on this map, but you can see some of the little dots I have there. But that's what I'm plotting out at the moment. I guess I could just do the overlay of the other map that I still have on here. And I guess we'll look at it after the fact in case anything is particularly egregious. Speaking of egregious, I'm gonna have to count this from the top. So that's 800, 750. So it's 800 instead of 700. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on 7. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it is on 7, huh? So this is my 800. We do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we're correct. We're correct. I'm right. I can't believe I would ever doubt myself. Okay, so then we have 1, 2, and then in the middle of 2 and 3. It's 1, 2, middle of 2 and 3. About right here. And then we go down 1, and then we follow it up until the flat bit. And it's about right here. It's a little bit lower. It's just off of that elevation. And then from there, we follow that line until about right here. A little bit closer. It's about right there. And then we follow this line again until about the end of the screen. It's about right there. And then we come back. Elevation 300. So it must be this line. So we come back on this line, just off of it, about right there. No. We do come in. Okay. That's about the crossing. We come in about right there. And then we come in about right here. Is that vertices? And then this next one is a little bit below. So not this elevation line, but this elevation line. It's just about straight up. Not exactly. It's about right there, I think. And then from here, we once again just follow this line and we go back off screen there. And I think the rest of this is arid? Yes. Okay. Deleting that line. Okay. So if we start off here, you know what? Let me do that. So if I'm starting here, we go to there, and then there, and then there, to here, to here, to here. Now it's a connect the dots map. Have I ever told you guys that one of my favorite pastimes when I was a kid was making mazes? In fact, when I was in my early 20s, I had a thought about, I heavily considered learning how to do mobile game stuff. Um, I heavily considered learning how to do programming for mobile games and such. Because I wanted to make a mobile game where I did a bunch of where it was a bunch of mazes and obviously I did not do that. Well, I mean, I guess it's not obvious. But I did not end up doing it, but I really considered it. The other mobile game that I've considered doing is this game in which it would be not an idle gamer game, but it would be like a dungeon crawl essentially, where you would go through it and you would choose items. Like you would defeat a room or whatever, and then you would be offered a bunch of like rewards, and you could take one for your team, right? That is on this layer. I fucking knew it. Oh, it's not on this layer. It's on a different layer. Oh, it's gone now. And I forget what the shtick was. I forget what the exact thing I wanted to do with it was. But I remember it was one of those things where it'd be stacking, where like you would get a bunch of just do this real quick. There we go. That should save us a little bit of time here. But yeah, I want to do like some sort of like dungeon crawl TTRPG thing where like you would where you would make a bunch of choices about like what magical items you would have. Kind of like what we know now to be like a rogue. A rogue a rogue dungeon. A rogue dungeon crawler. Um although not as popular back then. What is this? It's such a mess. This is all eraser, by the way, if you're wondering what the hell these lines are. This is before I realized that eraser marks also counted as vectors. The tension between me and the stupid line. Oh my god. I'm sure there's a way for me to delete just the whole line. I don't know what that button is, so instead we're gonna just delete it little by little. Actually, this is a very large canvas, so 100 isn't actually that much. I can't help but feel that this is the same line. It's like the same line, but different lines, and I don't know how to feel about that. Okay. Now we can do a little bit of movement. Movement. A little wobbliness is fine. All because I saw one little discrepancy in that line become a whole thing. Okay. All right. So that's my impression of this. Let's get rid of this and this layer and see how close we were. Oh, I missed a lot. I missed one over here. Okay. I need to come back and do that. Pretty close here. Pretty almost right on it. This one, we went in a little bit more. But I mean, for not having a grid system and having to work off of my own contour lines, I'd say it's pretty spot on. Like this line right here, almost exactly the same. Same thing like right there. I'm not mad at that. I do need to fix that though. All right, let's turn this back on. Yeah, I sure as hell didn't do anything there. Okay, let me look back in here. So from this line here, which is just inside here, we want to go to this. And it's going to be on this area. Now I can go here to there to off screen there. Perfecto. That's pretty much bang on. All right. We delete this other layer. We no longer need it. Arid biome lines is what we'll call that one. Once again, we'll do a folder. Because I look at folders a lot more than I look at just basic stuff. Basic layers. All right, so the next thing I need to do is now we just need to paint this actually. So what we're working on is there is a green area, there's an arid area, and then there's the water area. Those are like our three biomes. The green area has darker zones to signify denser forest. I'm assuming like the pine forests. I'm sure that's the correlation we would find, that the coniferous woodland, which we've discovered basically are like pine forest. Oh my gosh. Sorry. My neck is feeling some kind of way right now. And the lighter areas are the mixed woodland and the non-coniferous woodland. Also, we need to consider this area, the what they call the public spaces, the public parks and stuff. I'm trying to decide whether, I just remembered that I need to do this dash line again. I'm trying to decide if I want to do that now or later. I should do it. I don't want to do it, but I should do it. Let's get rid of that and let's do the white background instead here. I think what I'll do then is I'm going to do, actually give me back the gray. What I'm gonna do then is I'm going to rough in some of these points of interest. Like there's lookout points here. We have our little peacock flame here. Oh, it did not like something I did. This is Lookout Point. There's Promise Falls down here. That is a star. We have the Blackened Forest over here. Blackened Forest, my bad. It's about right here. I have anything else on the bottom half of this? No. I guess the other thing I could do is I can also put a dot where some of these points of interest are. Like this is Switchback Landing. We already know Lookout Point. We have Gilbert Beck right here. Promise Falls down there. Blackened Forest. Down here we have Ruins. Then we have the Howling Gap here. Then we have a cairn right here. Over here, I believe is Mildred's Song. Oh, we have the grinder down here. We have Ruins. We have Brightwater Military Base. Abandoned Quarry up here. I did Mildred's Song. Over here, we have the Dead Rise Woods. Okay. We have Rise and Fold over here. Up here, we have Dadensworn Woods, I think is what that says. Further in here, we have the Great Barrow. Then let's see. From over here, this is the cairn. Then from there, about here, we have the woods. Then at the end of this, we have our ultimate trails thing. We have another cairn right there, which I still haven't looked up what that means. We have Goose Gap Crag. We have the ruins here. Then we up here, we have the cauldron. We're gonna say about right there is the cauldron. And then from there we have Godric's Doom, about right there. Or maybe a little bit, it might be over here, Godric's Doom. And then we have we have Calm up here. We have Asher's Folly somewhere over here. Over here is Asher's Folly. Oh, about right here. Let's see, this is 750, but yeah, we have Ethelred's Coral. We have Maggie's Hole down here. Maggie's Hole's over here. I've lost my mouse. There it is. And then somewhere up here we have the siding. It is along our 50 line. So follow Ethel's quarry. It's this line. And we have this thing. We go down. The siding is about right there. All right, and then we come over here and we have Fell Barrow Spindle, which I believe is about right here, based off of the shape. And then we have the Speaking Caves, about right here. Then we have Ruins about up here. We have Crow Woods here. We have Woodland Clearing here. We have Barrow Mound there. We have Wolf, WULF Woods, right underneath this little river. And then we have Nimble Pass here. Oh, sorry. We have Claw Hill there. We have Beggar's Leap here. And then we have Ravenbeak Point. You'd think I would have read most of these names, but I definitely have not. And I think that is it. I believe those are all our points of interest. I'm giving it a quick once over. A lot of cairns, a lot of ruins. You know what? Let's no longer live in mystery. What the fuck is a cairn? I have in fact already bought I have bought Ball Pit, by the way. I'm dying to play it. I hear there's also a Twitch mode, so that could be fun in the future. So cairn is a human-made pile of stones raised for a purpose, usually a marker or as a burial mound. The word cairn comes from the Irish cairn. Cairn, so maybe it's a cairn. Cairns have been and are used for a broad variety of purposes. In prehistory, they were raised markers of memorial or burial mounds. Okay, Wikipedia. Okay. So it's a stack of rocks, essentially. So it's just a marker. What it is just a marker that something is there. Something of note that somebody wanted to mark. Okay. I'm actually gonna change these colors to our, I think my signature color for temporary is gonna be pink. Just because I think it stands out against most everything. Some people use neon green. But I think I'm gonna use this like neon pink instead. All right. Now we can do we can look for wherever the hell these new pens are. And maybe one of those things that they don't actually, oh, never mind. No. I thought I saw them, but they're not there. Let me tell you, last night I almost bought that one of those gloves. And there's still time. But I won't get here for this project. Also, I have all these brushes, but they're just chilling here. I see, I understand. I was wondering where they were. Considering I've downloaded several of them. These are all the pixel brushes. A lot of pixel brushes, no wonder it took so long. Okay, that's very, very much similar to what I want. This has 2 dots, got it. And I am just click all of them. I can. Pog. So far, 1 is the one I like the most. This one looks a little bit more like stitching. I could have used this for this. Would have made my life so much easier. This one also is nice. That is that one, okay. Yeah, another one that would have been great for this. Honestly, all it does is show me that I close enough. I didn't do too bad. Oh, this one feels amazing, by the way. This brush, 10 out of 10, the way it feels. Oh my god, that's such a good brush. That's small. The small variant of that one. The small version is officially still my favorite one. Extra small feels fine. Okay, so I want to remove this from here. If I delete you, do you delete it in general or do you just get rid of it? Can I still find it? Oh, I cannot. Fine. Okay, extra small is still here. If I delete this subtool, yes, medium is there. Okay. Oh my god, don't scare me like that. Okay, so we have this line. We're gonna have that line. And then we're gonna have this line. Oh, it's based off of pressure. Yeah, we're definitely gonna use the other one. I like the one that is based off of pressure, but not that much. I think it needs to be a little bit thicker than that. So if we're coming off of the community center, which is here, we go, oh, I still need to do the bridges. We go over here. You have stabilization? Oh, you don't have stabilization. Can I edit you to have stabilization? Hog you. Yeah, it is stabilizing, okay. Something like that. Oh, that feels so much better. Oh, but here we go up. Oh, there's an entire thing I have not drawn here. An entire edge I have just ignored. Let me head back to our lines. Um, yeah. Or have I done it and it's just covered by the whites? It's covered by the white. How do I want to deal with this? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here. I'm gonna turn this off. Come over here. And we're gonna copy and paste this and then bring this above the back so I can see this. When the weekend is that bullshit? I'm feeling good today, but I'm still tired. Not as tired as I have been, but I'm still feeling tired. Hold on, I have a message somewhere on Discord that's been bothering the fuck out of me, and I don't know where it is. Hold on, something didn't work, and I'm trying to figure out what's wrong. I feel like Carlbalt just thinks I'm a joke sometimes. I set these things up and then suddenly, for some reason, Carlbalt doesn't have permission to do anything. I bet $1 for every time I told Carlbot he could do something and then he didn't. I'd have so many dollars. Carlbot thinks I'm a joke, and you know what? Give me a clown nose. I had a clown nose. I don't know if I still have it, but I definitely had one. I bought it for one of those. I bought it at a Walgreens years ago for one of the like dates. But I'm sure it's some sort of foundation or something. But I don't remember what it is anymore. It was before like clowns are scary for like a couple of years there in the middle of the 2010s. Okay. So now I have that there. So now I have more context when I'm doing this. That worked a little bit better for me. Okay. Um, as I was, it's about right here. We did that. Okay, let's go in and let's do these bridges before I forget for the umpteenth time. All right, bridges, bridges, bridges. Like right here, stabilization, give me a bunch of stabilization, thank you. We're gonna have a bridge here. No, I think that's fine. I'll do it down here since I know it starts here. You think if the song's about an actual person, you think they actually like reached out to Olivia and were like, "Hey, I keep fucking this up and it's pissing me off." I'm almost 1,000% certain that this would go faster if I just redid it. I also think this needs to be a little bit thicker looking at it. My boob is getting in my way. I just want you to know when I am moving this too far over, I keep bumping into it. Oh, I have to move my arm. I was trying to. Oh, you know what? Let me just do one of these. You know what I've been getting a lot on TikTok lately? I've been seeing a lot of mechanic stuff. I started off because I got this video of this man who um is a transmission expert. Like he fixes transmissions as his livelihood and he takes them apart and shows us um the deal and stuff. And and like transmissions are a mystery on a good day, you know? But the things he does, I'm just like, this is magic. You're a wizard. Hopefully I remember that. That's just here for show, I guess. Delete that layer. These are bridge lines. Also gonna paint you white so I know what you are. It's okay. I'll move them down so it looks better in the future. Okay. We have more stuff over here. I just feel like it maybe needs to be a little bit thicker even still. I feel like that stands out a lot better. Actually, you know what? There's a button for this. I haven't blinked in a second, and I just blinked, and my eyes are so dry. It hurts to blink. That feels so much better as these bridges. Okay, so we have those two bridges. We have this bridge here. I've heard some very delusional people talking about the newest album by Taylor Swift who are talking about how um they believe she makes better music when she's sad, so they would prefer her to be depressed than to make the music she's recently made. And I'm like, what kind of evil motherfucker do you have to be to want Taylor Swift to be back in her torture quotes department era? Quite literally, some of the most depressing things I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay, we have 3 more bridges left, I think. 1, 2, 3. I'm like, how delusional do you have to be? How just unhinged do you have to be like, I don't like your music, so I'm gonna need you to be depressed again so you can make better music. That's disgusting. You are a disgusting, despicable human. What other roads are crossing here? Oh, over here. And the next one is down below here where we do this crossing, which is up top about here. Actually crossed this somewhere over here, but I didn't make this as nuanced of an area as it was before. Okay, I think those are all our things. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now I can continue on with my life. No longer plagued by the need to make these. Alright, let me try and color match this, Let me try and color match this now. It is pretty dark. It does again lean a little bit more blue. A little bit more vibrant, a little bit more blue. It's like an emerald color if I had to call it something. second I thought I had a border and I was like, hello? It's like a deeper, richer green than that, though, is the issue. But, like, how do I get you to be a deeper, richer green? I have no idea how they got that color. Even like trying to steal this color, I can't get this color. It's like a myriad of colors in one. I wonder if it is like a blend with a blend. Because it's like bright and blue and green. Hey, Crit Witch, how goes the mapping? Doing a bit of multi-stream watching. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm sorry if it's been a little bit since you sent that message. I've been over here losing my fucking mind trying to find this green. Or at least like get a good replication. Not this green, not that one. But the green on the original map. I think we're just gonna have to go with like a dark green and be happy with it, I think. I'll go with that and just like live with it and accept that I'm never gonna find that color ever in my entire life. All right, so let's hook us back over here to once again give you guys perspective. I'm working on this dotted line, the one that goes across the entire map. The one that I've been avoiding this entire time, that's the one I'm working on now. And then once I do that, that's the like last big thing aside from the labels that I have to do before I get to just paint it all. No eyedropper to get close. I tried, but it's like it's a mix of a bunch of colors. So I keep getting like the darker hues and the lighter hues. Not them mixed together. Like you can kind of see right there where it bleeds through. And I think it's just her having a better understanding of how color jitter works. Because I believe it is multiple colors, but there is a little bit of variance in the thing. There's a little bit of color variance in the stuff, or she's using a different color palette than I am. Like she's on a different colors that are easier for print, which I have not done. I know that there's such a thing, but it's not my thing. It is I've never had to think about anything for print. If ever there comes a day where I need to know things for print, I have friends who specialize in that kind of thing. I will simply ask them for their advice. I need to not be so precious about this, because it's gonna take me a while. Actually, the entrance is like over here. And then we go up here. And then we go this way. This, come up here, cross here, and in here. Around here. We're gonna do a quick little switchback. Much to my own ire, I haven't done any of the elevation lines over here. Okay. This would be a lot easier if I had the elevation line, so maybe I should do the elevation instead of this first. As much as I'm pretty alright at just doing things by sight, I think I actually do need to do the elevation lines first. So I will hold that for later. I thought the major elevation lines would be enough, but I forgot that down here, down in like the rest of this map, it's pretty sparse out here. I have no real frames of reference over here. Gosh, I am all over the place. Where I'm gonna do this. This is not POI Holdens. This is going to be Nature Trail. I'm gonna save this screen though. I'm just gonna save that for now. This is gonna be PY Holdens. Okay. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Hope you're doing well today, though. Kurtwitch. Hope all's good. I think these lines are 15. They are, so let's go for 10. I'm gonna go 8, actually. BB, I know I've said this before, but you are so extra in the prep you do and the respect I appreciate it. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna do 5. I'm just afraid 5 won't be very readable. This one's a little bit more selfish, though. If I look at you like this, is that what I want to gain from this? No, I want them to be a little bit more readable. I think 8 maybe is the play here. Maybe let's try 7. Maybe 7 will be our happy medium. It does not appear that it's going to be our happy medium. I'm gonna have to change my stabilization though, because it is fucking with me being able to jitter these lines. No, it's like 5, but a little bit bigger. All right, let me change my stabilization. All right, we are on a different layer. I'm gonna change the color of this layer. I'm not gonna change the color of my lines because I want these to be somewhat distinguishable from what the other stuff we're doing here. Yeah, some people do this for your temporary lines, but I don't vibe with it too much. I think those orange lines were in fact the better of the one colors I've tried here. It's mostly I'm doing this just so I can distinguish from these bigger elevated lines. I just think it looks kind of ugly. Maybe I'll do red. Yeah, red's feeling pretty good. Yeah, let's do red. All right, let me. So things to keep in mind. The line that goes around this guy. There are 5 lines between each of these big, bold, black lines. So that is what we're trying to fit in. And each of these big bold lines are 50 meters. I have 2 more lines I need to fit in. I need to fix this line real quick, so it's not so pointy. There we go. All right. Our first bit done. The smallest one done. Concentration mode has been activated. I'm trying to be really light with my movements. Um because my hand keeps like buffering on my screen. It's line 2 of 5. Part of me thinks that Amazon isn't doing great right now because of all the change between the changes that they're making on Twitch and like Prime Gaming and stuff. Like I wonder if they're not doing great. And that's why they're making a lot of these like inane choices about like what counts as a viewer and not. Oh, that's like that looks like AI with how that got fixed. Holy. It said lines? What lines? Okay, we've unlocked a new tool that I think is going to help us a lot here. Instead of me having to go in and connect these lines. Manually. I mean, I'm still connecting them manually, but it's saving me a little bit of time. Not having to go in and click the button several times and zoom in and stuff. I could just hit that button and boop, and done. Okay, this is 3, this is 4 now. I'm not simplifying, I'm deleting lines. I want to simplify these lines because this is fucking ridiculous. Okay, so what I want here is I want to I swear on my mom. Thank you. I'm gonna create more space around here. Like that. There we go. Now I can continue on with her less. This is the last line over here. And we'll go through and connect a bunch of these lines. Reminder to everyone to fucking blink. Holy shit, my eyeballs. They're so dry. Okay. Oh my god. My shoulder. Alright, with what we've learned there, everything should go a lot faster now. This is wrong. We'll go 1 here. And this is still 5 on this one. As soon as this saves. I need to consider it like I am here. I know that this is Ray, but it really reminds me of something about it gives me like, I guess it's just like the R&B aspect of it that it gives me Renee Rapp. I also think they have the same like buzzy thing going on with their voice when they get up high. So I need to consider 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, something like that. So I'm wrapping 5 chords around this. It's gonna go 1, and 2, and 3, 4, and 5. I think. Yeah, because I need to count 5 on either side of this. Because this is 800, 750, 700. So I need to be able to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's do the top one because it looks like it wraps around 750. Something like this. How far do you go? You go kind of far. Something like that. So that's 5. Then we'll have 1 here along the edge. Why am I getting all the sad songs from these artists today? They're like, I heard you were in a good mood. What if we just change that real quick? Is there any other variation in height on this map? No. This will be line 2 on this other side. Let's go in and fix these, connect these points. This 5, that's 4, so let's add 3. There we go. There we go. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. There we go. Okay. Now what we've learned, we can move on. Because now each of these are going to be 5. Now we can go by that principle. But because that was the little tippy top, um, that had different principles. So 2. See how that gets fixed in post. I'm gonna drink a little bit of agua. I'm also gonna turn on my nightlight. I don't need to have colors be true to what they are. I need to be able to look at my screen for long periods of time without my eyes drying out. Oh, we figured out a way to do it. Pog. I'm also gonna turn off these so I can see a little bit better. We're on 2. Not 4 and 5. Oh my gosh, my eyes. They're so dry. And it's from not blinking. You know, whenever I listen to music nowadays, sometimes I'll think like, oh, this will make it. I bet the like people who make edits uh on TikTok and YouTube and stuff are gonna love this song. Mostly TikTok, since you can't really use copyrighted music on YouTube anymore. So the editors have mostly moved over to TikTok. But I wonder if they who are you connected to, little guy? Oh, I see. Okay. You reconnected over here, little guy. That's a little bit of a knotted mess, I'm not gonna lie to you. Let me see if I can just simplify this area a little bit. I can easily just untangle some of these lines. Yeah, but I think about like the motivations people have when they make songs now. And like I wonder how many of them think of like, oh, this is gonna have some if this gets found, people are gonna make some fire edits with this. When back in the day, I was like, oh, I hope this song gets into a movie because if it gets into a movie, you're like kind of set. That's not really like the career trajectory anymore, right? Got so tangled. I thought the middle line was the fourth line instead. Yeah. I think it's really funny that two things that came out of folklore and Evermore were these friendship bracelets and wait, what's your On Your Own Kid from? Is that a Midnight song? Hold on. Oh my god, I think you guys heard that one. My elbow just cracked. It is a Midnight song. Um, but I think it's funny that uh, the two albums she didn't tour, or two of the three albums she didn't tour, are the ones that sparked like an entire movement in the Swiftie community. Like this song, all about cardigans, right? And so now she's made a cardigan for almost every era, every album she's ever come out with. Because people like the folklore cardigan that much. And the merch team was like, okay, say less. And then the entire phenomenon that was the Eras tour with people making and sharing friendship bracelets, that's completely community led. Um, but that was from Midnights. So like she had like that's not just like original merch that she had the idea to make. It's like I guess a cardigan was, but like the cardigan became a much bigger deal. Another thing that I think is cool is that like artists can go up to each other and just like tell each other the heartfelt emotions that they have connected to one of the songs that other artists made. Like they it truly like conveys how universal music is and how it really transcends. I think about Stevie Nicks from the famed Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood Mac. She contacted Taylor about You're on Your Own Kid, and she talked about how meaningful that was to her, and how she connected so much to that album and to that specifically that song, because her best friend had recently passed, and it truly emphasized, it encompassed how lonely she had felt. Um, and how, you know what, she is on her own, but she is gonna persevere. She's gonna, despite it all, she's going to keep on going. And that feels very similar to a lot of the stories people have, about their attachments to songs, right? Like that's the beauty of music, is that you're able to sing about something that applies to your life, but ultimately it could mean a whole different thing to someone else, but yet they still connect so earnestly to that song. And I just think that's beautiful. And I like that because like fans will tell them all the time about these heartfelt stories, right? And I'm sure that makes them feel some kind of way. But like if someone's coming up to you like Stevie Nicks and is telling you how meaningful your song was to them, I just know that hits different. I also have loved watching people react to the new album, and especially if they're like an older, younger sibling pair, or like it's an older or younger sibling, specifically younger siblings, because younger siblings, I've noticed, say this a lot, or connect a lot to some of the lyrics of Taylor Swift's newest song, Eldest Daughter. The youngest line really hits them, but so does the older sibling line really hit them. And I've seen several younger siblings be like, I have to text my sister, my older sister. And I'm just like, oh, hey, Kalino, how you doing, my friend? How are you? Hmm, how are you doing? Oh, this is gonna be a little bit nightmarish to do, so let me just do this instead. ¿Cómo estás, mi amigo? Let me tell you, had I realized I've never had to make so many precise lines. I'm not gonna lie. Your boy is in shambles. No, I'm so sorry to hear that, Khaled. Well, I'm always here if you need me. This is Skyfall featuring Adele. Just I have to see. Oh, if it's not the consequences of my own ignorance, bro. There we go. I just keep thinking someone's gonna zoom in on this and see some of these uglier lines or connections, and I'm like, I can't have that. Some of the roughness is fine, but like some of the other one is not. I saw some people coming for Adele and saying that she's not one of the greatest vocalists of all time. And I'm just like, are you fucking stupid? Surely you must be thinking about a different Adele. Because Adele, Miss 19 and 21 and 25. Surely it cannot be that Adele. Miss Rolling in the Deep, Chasing Pavements. Miss Hello from the Other Side. Miss Set Fire to the Rain. Surely not that Adele. I must be mishearing you. You all just be out here saying shit and just engagement bait. They're not even rage baiting, they're just engagement baiting you. Surely Gen Z has to be rivaling boomers in the most scammed generation. Surely. Sorry, NVIDIA update. When do you plan on running this one shot? This game is going to be October 21st and October 28th. It's going to be a two shot. So it is next Tuesday and then the Tuesday following that. And then the Where's Waldo game is going to be sometime in the end of October. I still got a little under a week from now is when this is going to run. We've got some time to finish this up, and we're getting close. I think I have maybe another day, maybe two, left on this map, depending on what I get done today. I wasn't planning on doing lines today. I was planning on painting, but I decided I needed to do the nature's trail first before I did the painting. And that led me to here. I decided to go really micro into this one, making this particular elevation layer because it takes me longer to unravel everything than it will to just like rather than just do it after the fact. Because every time like I zoom in to untangle the lines, I'm just like, wow, there's so much room here, but like I didn't utilize it. And it's because I couldn't see it because I was too zoomed out. Sorry, I had to talk real quick. Just gonna mark my calendar. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be fun. It's such an interesting concept. I've had a lot of thoughts about this game and how it's gonna run. Clean up these connections. I wish these line layers were closer to each other. I can fix some of the connections from these bigger lines like this and this. I'm gonna have to go through these black lines and do this connect. Now that I know how vector lines work a little bit better and the tools available to me when using them, I don't know if that's me. Maybe I shouldn't do little curly hues, little circles around it. Maybe that's making it get all jumbled like that. Look at that, it's getting there though. We're about a third of the way of the hard part. The most time consuming part about this is just simply working on these small little areas, these small little bits. Because I have to zoom in and make sure these are good. Yeah, everything looks fine. I've been really into some mobile games lately. Um, there's this like zombie survivor game I've been playing where you just control a little guy and you just like build stuff and collect and break things and fight zombies. But it's also kind of a resource manager. Then I've been playing this tower attack game essentially where you take over towers using other towers against other enemy towers, and your goal is to take over control of the board first. That's been a lot of fun, and they're not too bad with the microtransactions and the ads. I changed my mind. I do want this to be a little bit more, have a little bit more of a peak. Let me actually do the connect line here in this first half, this first little bit first. Of course, the very first one I do doesn't connect core. And this one also did that little bunchy up thing. Okay. Trying to go through like that same idea of when you're screwing something in that has multiple screws. I'm trying to keep that same premise of uh going around each one instead of like across the way. Like, okay, let's do this one first, and then let's do that one, and then let's tighten this one, and we'll tighten that one, and so on and so forth. That's what I'm trying to do with doing it on starting on one side and then switching back to the other side and switching to the one side and then the other side. And is my attempt to not have the happy birthday card incident happen where you start writing birthday or you start writing happy and you write happy really big and then you start writing birthday and it's not fitting. And like you become very keenly aware that you're gonna run out of room before you finish writing the word birthday. So you like start trying to compensate. So you start with like a really big B and then like you start getting smaller and smaller until you're barely fitting in that AYE or AY, DAY. I'm trying to prevent that by going through using this method. And so far, so good. I haven't felt like I'm super running out of room. In fact, I feel like sometimes I leave too much room, but I think that's fine. You guys will enjoy this game though. Trooper is one of my favorite people to RP with, and I very much also enjoyed playing with other Doc. Um, in the couple of opportunities I've had to play in games with him. And with them combined, I think we're gonna have a really good time. This black line is gonna distract me. I need to take it off. It's looking cool though. I'm just gonna tell you, I think it looks pretty cool. Well, this is looking like another one that I'm gonna have to be really patient with. The amount of concentration I'm going through right now, I'm so sorry for not saying a word, but I am zoned in right now, trying to get this, get these lines through these small little areas. Oh my god. You didn't hear that, but I just cracked three different parts of my body just sitting up. Oh, I have to look into getting something for my desk to mount this like some sort of like a holder for this drawing tablet so I can like not draw leaning over, and instead I could draw a little bit more raised up. I don't know what I would want in particular, but like I need something. I'm getting real in there. This is one of those situations where this would be really annoying to. This would have been very annoying to do in a macro setting, but since I zoomed in, it's a lot easier to manage these lines. A little bit. Because we're about to go through the fucking gauntlet on this area. It's so funny because either Chapel Roan's parents are actually really supportive of her, or they're like typical, we're gonna be nice in public, uh, Southerners. I don't know which one it is. But there's a lot of discussion about like, oh, Chapel Roan's parents are actually really like chill about all of this. But I'm also just like, I know how image is very important to a lot of Southern parents. So even if they are real unaccepting about their daughter, um, they're not going to say anything aloud. They've always been supportive of their daughter and her endeavors. And I can't believe she would make us out, you know, and she wrote this whole song to make us sound like bad parents. And I'm just like, I know. I know you. It also could also be just very possible. I don't think so though. It feels very it has a sound to it that really has that feeling of I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry about certain things, you know? Has that vibe to it that's I think only people who truly felt a certain way could sing. What do I know? I just do that. Oh, beautiful, gorgeous. It connected it for me. I love that for me. Holy shit. Maybe one of those laptops, maybe one of those laps on, oh, there's an ad break happening. But yeah, maybe those laptop stands could work. You're so right. I'll have to look into it. The only thing is that, like, I need it to be stable. I can't have it be all rocking around the Christmas tree on me. Because I was thinking of one of those I was thinking one of, like an arm, but I'm like, no, those would be too rickety. God, now that I know how to fix vector lines, some of these lines are killing me on these black lines. Oh, I can fix this over here. People keep trying to make Taylor out to be like a racist. And it's so funny to me. Cause like so many people in Taylor's circle are black or of another non-white ethnicity. Um, they also keep trying to make her MAGA, and I'm just like Taylor Swift, the person who's been so outspoken about LGBT advocacy. I'm like Taylor Swift, the one who endorsed Kamala Harris, the one who had an entire portion in one of her documentaries about um the difficulty in deciding how to best endorse a Democratic candidate and the pros and cons in her specifically being outspoken about it. Because again, people are real weird about Taylor Swift and are dangerous about it. I also recently saw a video of the last time Taylor Swift flew commercial and how she was absolutely gridlocked by fans and basically shut down the airport due to simply her presence. And I'm like, yeah, that would in fact be a great reason why someone would want to fly private. I feel like I've been working on this one layer for an hour. And it is gonna feel like that because they're only getting bigger, these layers. Like the use of autotune on her voice, on Ray's voice. I know it's a stylistic choice. I don't think they're utilizing it very well. Maybe there's like an overarching story that would explain why there is a auto tune in only some of her words. All right, we have that part done. We're getting there. We're getting there. We have another 4 or 5 layers of this annoying small stuff, and then we're home free. That's how that works. I don't think that it, just because you don't remember, you can't regret. That's just me, though. There's this phenomenon where people like go to therapy or something or get like help for like a mental illness or something. And like they learn like, oh, I like have BPD or I was actually in psychosis or something. And they like give you a they give you like a, oh, yeah, about that terrible thing that happened. I was actually in a manic state, so that's why that happened. Instead of saying like, "Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry I did that." I was going through a manic period, but that doesn't excuse my behavior. You know, I still hurt you and I'm sorry about that. Like there's still like a genuine lack of accountability that happens. And I'm like, no, no, no. I think what you have is lack of accountability itis. And I'm afraid it's terminal, it seems. The only cure is working on yourself. Learning how to apologize. I think one of like the biggest, I think, lessons in leadership that people need to also garner is that sometimes you just have to apologize. You just apologize, even if it's not your fault, even if you didn't have a hand in it. Just apologize. Sometimes that's all people are looking for, just someone to take accountability for something that happened. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be. It doesn't have to be that deep, you know? I think it speaks a lot to somebody in the leadership position if they apologize for a mistake that happened with employees, not the customer. Fuck the customer. I mean the employee. I mean it also works on customers, don't get me wrong. Customers sometimes also just need to hear somebody say they're sorry. I couldn't see what I was doing there. It was under my arm and I was real scared. I think one of the fun things that happens in for an artist once they have a lot of music in their catalog, especially if they are apt in telling stories or keeping a musical theme, throughout their music is that they can just call back, uh, like do a variation on their own theme from an old song to further tell a story. I was thinking about Lana Del Rey, but I also think about Taylor Swift and her new album. A lot of, if not all of her songs on that album call back to one of her other songs in her discography, whether in lyric, melody, or um in contrast to. Even just themes in general. But I think that's cool to like have such a deep catalog that you're able to like reference yourself. That's sick, I think. Sometimes I'll do that with my TTRPG characters. I'll call back, or I'll do a name or something, a callback to a different game. There was like a year where I'm notoriously bad at choosing names for characters and things. Um like there was a game that Prax ran that was a D&D campaign. It was a high level D&D campaign. We started at like level 14 and I was playing this halfling monk, or just like unarmed fighter, um and because she wasn't monastic. um and I couldn't think of a name fast enough, so I ended up, sometimes I'll name things off of the first thing I see, and I'll just like put a couple of apostrophes and change the spelling into fantasy settings spelling. And this was one of those situations where um I wrote down TBN on her name, and I was like, oh, Tibian. I'll just call her Tibian. Tibian sounds like a fantasy name for that would be good for a halfling. And so Tibian, it stems from TBN, aka to be named. Um, and there's a lot of names that kind of like come up like that for me because again, I'm bad at naming things or coming up with names. So, sorry, I just saw what I have coming up and I'm not looking forward to it. And so I had a year where I was in games where I would name my character after significant characters associated with another one of my characters. I think it was the year we did Carousel Court that I did it, because I'm pretty sure I took somebody's name from Carousel Court into a different game. It's especially useful when you do a lot of one shots. Is to just carry over a name from before. You get poison is wild, by the way. Like, how bad of a person are they? Oh, boy, they could poison. I'm like, damn, bitch, fuck. I can't tell you the last time I willingly listened to Lord, but man, Spotify loves to think that Lord is in like my top five. But luckily only plays her older albums. I'm not the hugest fan of her newer music. What is this? I'm just gonna hit you with the simplify. I'm not dealing with that. Sometimes they get like weirdly curved like that, but you know, we take what we can get here. Weird that that did that, but like it is what it is, I guess. I do just want to get one of those and pull it in. This is the elevation layer will be going under the black lines. So don't worry about like that little area bunching up there. What is this? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to go over 100. Could I get a 500 in here? Nope, it only lets me do 100. Oh, okay. This is what we're gonna do then. Okay. This is what we're gonna have to do, because, like, what the fuck are some of these things? Look at me learning how to do this a little bit more efficiently. My music stopped, but, like, I'm a little bit on a roll, so I'm just gonna vibe it out for a second while I fix some of these fucking egregious ass lines. In fact, I'm just gonna do that real quick. What do you do? Do you follow this contour? You do. You do follow this contour. Okay. All right. Let me turn on some music. Oh, well, I bet. I lean back a little bit. Oh my gosh. My shoulder. No, I need something that's a little bit more chill. I don't need to sit here and, like, be partying. But I also need something that's a little bit engaging for my brain, like with lyrics. Um, because otherwise I am gonna be losing my mind a little bit. I saw a video yesterday about this woman who was um talking about Taylor Swift's relationship with Calvin Harris, and how that's proof that Taylor Swift is, like, I don't know, boring or something. I don't know what her point was, but one of her points is that Calvin Harris, her being broken up by with, like, not continuing a relationship with Calvin Harris is, like, a sign of her being bad or something, because Calvin Harris can actually make good music or something like that. I don't know. Um, and Calvin Harris, first of all, one of the reasons that they broke up, by Calvin Harris's own mouth, is because Taylor Swift absolutely did not want credit for the work she did um on his albums. or any of the background vocals that she did. And that it wasn't uh Taylor's influence on those songs that made them so popular. Um and Taylor Swift's contribution to the conversation is not saying a word about Calvin Harris. Um, as in, he was so um irrelevant to her that he wasn't even worthy of Taylor Swift, notorious for writing about all her exes, wasn't even worth it a song. I'm sure there's a song about Calvin Harris somewhere in there, but it's not obvious if there is. She wrote more songs about her relationship with Tom Hiddleston, as short as it was, than Calvin Harris. And I'm just like, first of all, why are we writing for a man? Second of all, Calvin Harris, if that's the hill you want to die on? Like, the tall man conspiracy needs to end. Like, lady, stand the fuck up. What are we doing? Also, Calvin Harris's relationship with Taylor Swift is like famously like a non-starter. Learned my lesson. I'm gonna connect them first and then I'll make squiggly lines. I can't smart. Thank you. It's like I haven't had a ton of time to be on social media as of late. But what I have seen on social media, I'm just like, why are we like this? What is happening here? This one seems pretty simple. It's just a flip from one side to the other type deal. The one thing actually that would be important about having these other lines in is seeing that I'm not fucking up some of these contours. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let us keep this up so I can accurately fix some of these, like right here. God, look at all these pieces that are just a little bit cut off. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time finding what I've messed with already. All right, this is what we're doing. I'm starting off in the middle and I'm moving my way out. I'm looking at the dark black line if you guys are curious what I'm looking at. I'm looking for anything that looks like any abnormality on the black line, whether it has something a little bit out of line. If I clearly took an eraser to it. Some like weird, like little jagged lines I'm fine with. That's whatever. Like that. But like things like that, it becomes obvious that there's something else that was going on there. And this was before I knew how that erasers also counted as vector lines, which is why we see some of those erratic lines going around it. Oh, right here, there's another one. What was I doing out here? That's why I've been off it more lately. My last time performing was it this song. Oh, I remember none of the choreo. Phenomenal. In reference to social media. Yeah. It's like there's just a lot of goofies online right now. And the fact, and like I said, I just am concerned at the lack of ability to recognize when people are being scammed. I think like the desperation for a buck has gotten to a point where that there's a there's been a loss of like integrity, I think. And there's a lack of recognition that by doing that, um, you are not furthering any point but the original posters. Like, especially when people like, I think people think there's like a gotcha moment when they, um, when they stitch somebody. And I'm like, that's not a gotcha moment, guys. That's just you're giving them money and you're giving them engagement and therefore money. Okay. Luckily, the contours of this area are fairly straightforward. Gosh, even here. I was going through something over here, fighting for my life, I guess. I'm gonna have to do this for the red line also. There's a couple of places that I've very obviously missed a, I've very obviously missed some stuff. Mm-hmm. Sometimes if you just hit the button enough, it's the equivalent um of hitting something of percussive maintenance. If you just press the button enough times, it might just fix itself. I have been like I said, I've just mostly been playing mobile games. That's what I've been doing on my off time. I will play some Minecraft, then I'll play a mobile game. Which has been nice and just kind of chilling, mostly off the internet. There's probably more nuance in that line before, but like I'd rather it just look nicer and lose some of the nuance. Where's this red line? I'm just gonna fix this now. I've passed it a million times. Like a caterpillar's been through that line. Once again, luckily it's a pretty clear contour there. Another bite down there, but I'll get to it when I'm revising that line. The next thing I need to do, the most peace I felt in a while for real, social media is just exhausting right now. Yeah. It's a tiring place to be. Like, I think also I get a lot of peace from the fact that, like, especially with like this Taylor, because like I really enjoy Taylor Swift's new album. Big fan of the new album. I listened to it. The first three songs, I was like, bop, bop, bop. This is her strongest first three songs in a long time, I felt. And I went online sincerely expecting people to like be in love with it. And there was just a lot of people talking about her lyrics or whatever. Um and then like the conversation kind of got out of hand when the bots entered the conversation. Um but like I'm old. I'm like Taylor Swift is only a couple of years older than me. Like I've been here. I've been around for like I may not have been a diehard Swiftie in these eras, but like um I was around on the internet when Taylor Swift was getting crucified by Kim Ye fans. Um, because Kanye said he wanted to fuck her in a song. Or no, that I think Kanye said something stupid like, um, Taylor said that they could fuck or something stupid like that. Um, and Taylor had not approved that lyric. Um, and disapproved of that lyric. And Kim and Kanye went on a raise Earth campaign on Taylor that basically drove her out of social media because people were just harassing her on social media, and so she just straight up like left social media. And then she came back with Reputation, like, you know, the rest of his history. But fuck am I looking at here? But like I was around for that, you know, like I was around for like the truly most unfounded hate. Just the trolling hate, to be fair. To be not fair, to be honest with you, it's like that's what it was. It was just a bunch of people that were like, aha, a perfect opportunity to be trolls. And then some people again are just people who genuinely have a lot of like hatred in their hearts, and they're like, oh fuck this person, I'm gonna join this campaign of a lot of people uh saying we hate her. It was, and it's just like, why are you so weird? Like, of all the things you could be putting your time and energy into, this is what you choose to do. Dude, oh my god. The lines here go crazy. Like, what was I doing here? So like, I've been here through some more unhinged shit than what's happening now on the internet. Although, let me tell you, it's starting to rival it with just like the goofy bullshit people are putting out there. Um, and but like, I have a lot of peace in just knowing that like these people are off their rockers. Um, and the album's a bop, and everyone is just gonna do the same thing they did during Reputation. And they're gonna talk a lot of shit on it, and then uh a couple of years down the line they're all gonna talk about how they love Reputation and they've always loved Reputation. You'll see them in those Ticketmaster lines getting her next concert tickets. Like, they're just being malicious just to be malicious. So like, some people are really struggling with it. A lot of the newer Swifties I've noticed are really struggling with like this hate train that Taylor's going through right now, or that people are throwing at Taylor Swift's name, because Taylor does not interact with the general public anymore. Um and I'm just like, I'm fine with it, but like newer Swifties are really going through it in the trenches for her, and I'm just like, you know, bless, but you really don't need to. You don't really need to expend any extra energy on people just saying this, because they'll always do this. If Taylor's name is associated with it, people are going to be um malicious about it. It's just like, just enjoy the music. You'll see these same names talking about how much they love this album, in a couple of weeks, in a couple of months, maybe a year. Just like Reputation, just like 1989, just like Red, just like Fearless, just like Folklore, just like Evermore, just like Midnights, just like Lover. Dude, it wasn't connecting on that last line, and it was driving me fucking insane. Dude, they're goofies out there. Let me tell you, I've heard some of the most unhinged shit about it on the internet lately. I'm just like, what is happening? What are you talking about? Anyways, album's a bop. Love the album. 10 out of 10 is my favorite album by Taylor Swift at this moment in time. It is exactly what I was hoping it would be. Uh, this album, when someone asks who this album was for, me. It was written for me. I am like, there's some people that are just like, I just can't relate to it. Maybe it's just because I'm not in love right now that like I can't really relate to it. Bitch, I haven't been in love. I'm not in love right now. I'm not in a get married with a man energy in this household. I have zero desire to have kids or have a basketball hoop. I've never like gone head to head um with an asshole who thinks he's better than me just because he has more money and won, and then I won. I have no interest in being in show business, but you know what? You know what I think about this album? Bop. Why? Because it's a bop. There's also like tracks that people don't like, and I'm just like, how in the world don't you like this track? I'm just like, this is one of the best songs Taylor Swift has ever written. And this is some of the best production Taylor Swift has ever had. I'm just like, I just don't think you guys like happy music. And that's okay. But you have to be okay with learning that you don't like pop music. If I do this, will you connect these lines and fix them for me? Oh my god, you will. God bless. All right. I also just have like basic comprehension, you know? And I just don't think people have basic comprehension skills. I think that's also a big issue that's like happening right now is that people are desperately looking like I've seen a lot of so one of the things that people are saying is that Taylor Swift is a racist because she has the two lyrics that they're really looking at are um in Opalite she talks about the skies used to be onyx but now they're opalite, and in I think it's eldest daughter. I think she says, "I'm not a bad bitch. Um, I'm not a savage," or something like that. And in reference to Megan Thee Stallion's song, and uh, and people are claiming a white woman started the conversation about how Taylor Swift is racist because she said onyx skies were bad and opalite skies were better or something like that. And then it's like and then she said, "You're not a savage." Um, you're not a bad bitch. You're not a savage. She's talking about how she's better than black people or something like that. I don't know. It was pretty unhinged. Her argument, and other white women really latched onto that. I'm just like, oh my god, I can't believe she would do that. And I sincerely believe it's bots um that are perpetuating this conversation. But they're out here claiming those things, right? Um and I've seen several black raiders come out and being like, why are y'all equating savages to black women? Like, maybe look inwards, because Taylor's not the one being racist here. And it's like, you tell them. I've also seen black women perpetuating um the myth that she is racist because of those lines. And I've seen a lot of white women feel stuck between the two thoughts. And asking like, I don't know what exactly to what the fuck happened here? Oh my god, what the fuck? Luckily the contours here are pretty easy, but what the fuck am I looking at? And like asking some of these black women to explain to them what they should be believing in the situation. And I'm like, I'm glad that we are putting more stock, allowing people who are potentially affected by these situations speak for themselves. But like at the same time, think for yourself. Like, you don't have to put the onus on somebody else to think for you. And it honestly feels a little bit disingenuous when I see things like that. Because I'm like, I don't think it's about that. I think it's just you don't want to think, or you don't know how to think, which would be more terrifying. It's like, what are we doing? Taylor Swift, racist sweet yeah. They are, oh my gosh, what's the other one? Oh, the other one is that they're mad at Taylor Swift for perpetuating um trad life things because she, in her song Wish List, talked about wanting uh a house with a bunch of kids that look like her husband or her now fiance, um with a basketball hoop in the driveway. They're big mad at that one. And I'm just like, she literally sang a song about wanting to kill herself in the last album. So like maybe we just let her have her happiness in this one, where she's literally like saying about how lovely her fiance is, how lovely her life is, and how lovely it is that she finally has all her masters back in her possession, all her like master recordings. Like, maybe we should just be happy about that. Maybe we don't sit here and have a discussion about her just simply wanting a family with a man she really likes, which is something she has been like. Maybe she has not sung about wanting children, but that's because her last fiance um didn't even want. I don't even know what was up with him. He barely acknowledged the existence of Taylor Swift. I don't know, it's really giving jealous is what it's giving. And and I'm just like, okay. Maybe it's time for us to look inwards as to why we think some of these things. That's preposterous. How dare someone want exactly. It's like, what? Taylor Swift, a 35-year-old woman, 34 at the time of writing this album, wants to be married with the love of her life and is imagining a life, the life that they could have together. Something that she did not dare dream of before because everyone that came before this one didn't seem like someone she'd want that life with or could have that life with. Like, no matter what happens with this relationship that she has with this with Travis Kelce, her fiance, it's like this is quite genuinely of Taylor Swift's entire 12 album discography. This is one of the most genuinely happy albums she has ever written. And not, again, not just being fulfilled in her love life, but being fulfilled in her life. Because she also wrote this album while she was in the middle of her Eras tour, which is the huge, like almost 3-year tour that she did. Um, where a lot of things happened in her life. Oh, what are the chances I could just hit one of these and it fixes it for me? That's good enough for me. No. Never lucky. Okay. It's just so many people. Like, I'm telling you, the conversation has gotten ridiculous. Taylor Swift also, because she thinks about lightning in the bottle in the album, or lightning. I think she just talks about lightning. I don't think she talks about it in the bottle. But she put out some merch, a necklace with a lightning bolt on it. And people are equating it to, are like, see, this just proves that Taylor Swift is a Nazi because she put out a lightning bolt. See, and it's just like, are we okay? Are we all right? Are we okay with this? Are we okay? Do I need to call a doctor? Because y'all are out here fucking wildin'. Like, what are, like, we've lost the plot about 1,000 times. And I have my theories as to who is continuing to perpetuate some of these more preposterous ideas. It is ridiculous. Look, PB, age does things. I'm just like, that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, this woman is simply living her life. Like, also, it's so funny. Like, it's quite genuinely coming from every angle, people being upset about this album. Because she has a song called Wood on this album. And when this was shown on the when she released the names of all her songs that were going to be on this album last month or a month ago, a little over a month ago, I think. There was a lot of conversation about what this song could be about. Especially because we all have eyes and we've all seen um her and her now fiance. Um uh-oh, could get back here. So like, you know, there was a lot of conversation about whether or not what kind of wood Taylor was going to be talking about in this album or in that song. And she is in fact talking about that wood. Oh my god, fuck is this? Um but also the song is all a double entendre because it's also knocking on wood because the album's called Life of a Showgirl. So like knock on wood, you know. And actually the entire song is about her her always looking for a sign, always being really superstitious about things and like how she at this point believes like the stars literally have to align for something good to happen, you know? And the song is literally all about her being like she has a line in there that's literally like um I don't remember the exact words, but it's literally I've been wishing on a shooting like I've been bitching at a shooting star all this time. And for what? It's basically what the what the lyric means or ends up being. And that's what the song is. It's like I have been doing all of this. I've been putting in all of this effort um to try and find the perfect moment for everything to work because I think that's the only way things will ever work and turn out well. And it turns out no. Um Literally I just it's okay that things just kind of happen sometimes. Like the stars don't have to align for the right moment to occur, right? For me to find the right person. That's what the song's about, right? But it is also about her but it is also about her fiance. And I believe how she puts it, his redwood. Um so it's like it's both and the entire song for the most part is a double entendre and it isn't until like the end that it gets to like that she gets to the point where it's like oh I see let's see but like people are upset about the song because it's quote unquote racy um but I'm also like Taylor Swift. First of all, there's no shot we all saw those pictures that Taylor Swift put out of herself in on Instagram and as the you almost call them stocking stuffers. I don't know what you call it. The things, the extra like things you put inside vinyls, like inside the sleeves. She literally has um a bunch of posters in there. So if you for those of you who have not seen her entire rollout um of pictures she put out of the life of Showgirl and also alternative um album covers And and like also like to push back on the trad wife conversation, I just like, are we looking at the same Taylor Swift? You know, like I'm looking at you guys. I'm looking at my my webcam as if you guys can see me looking at you. Like, are we looking at the same Taylor Swift? You know, this is your trad wife. But yeah, the album's called The Life of a Showgirl. And it is about, oh, and she got engaged right after she announced her album, by the way. That's her fiance. If you guys haven't seen her fiance, he's the star tight end of the Chiefs in the NFL. Um and that's the ring. Ring gorgeous, by the way. Turns out that he designed it in collaboration with another one of with in collaboration of an indie jeweler maker. You have surpassed being a closet Swiftie, I see. That must have been a hell of a shoot. Yeah, right? Apparently, she called back the people she did a shoot with who did Reputation, her Reputation stuff. Yeah, she looks great. She looks phenomenal. Like, Taylor Swift right now is in the best shape of her life because she literally was she was doing a 3-hour concert, and Taylor Swift concerts are like a production. Um, she's very like theater kid. She's very much a theater kid, so she loves a good production. And she wanted it to be a whole thing. She wanted it. The Eras Tour is what it was called, and it was 3 hours of her entire discography. And she so 3 hours of literally running around and singing and stuff. Um, for like I said, a little over 2 years, I think it was. She's literally in the best shape of her life. And if there's one piece of advice I've ever heard from any old person ever, is that take all the pictures, especially when you're young and hot. Take all the pictures so you can look back and remember and show your kids and other people that was me. That used to be me. And so every time I see her in these outfits, I'm like, yeah, if I looked like Taylor Swift, I too would put on the least amount of clothes possible in an effort to memorialize me being in the best shape of my entire fucking life. Like, I would too, you know? And not only that, it became glaringly obvious in the Eras tour, because during the Eras tour, people were action shot. People were making live streams of the Eras tour. There are more of these photos than I thought there were, by the way. The so like you could watch you could watch every single concert that she did. You could watch it live through somebody's phone, through various people's phones, actually. And it became glaringly obvious that in the second half of the Eras tour, when she got with her now fiance, Travis Kelce, that she was really feeling herself all of a sudden. She has a sexier uh set, I guess, near the end of her concert, when she's doing the Midnight's era. And there's a song called Vigilante Shit. And during that performance, it is a the era the you know what, let me see if I can find a Midnight's. Disney is going to get mad at me. Just no one tell them. No one tell them. So the Eras Tour film is from the beginning of the was the first half of the concert. Does this show up well? Yeah, it does. What is this mixing for this, for the audio of this? It's just like bass boosted. So yeah, so this is filmed from like, I think when she was in LA, this was filmed, which was in like maybe the first 20 of her shows she was in LA. It was like right at the beginning of the tour of her 200 something shows. This is bass boosted to hell. But it's like, it's a sexy performance, right? Shout out Mandy Moore, who did the choreography for this tour. Oh my god. I'm suddenly in the car. I'm assuming this is the person who... I'm assuming this is someone who did this, the editing for this, to get it on YouTube. And like, it's like a short little bodysuit, right? It's nice. It's cute. It's a cute little bodysuit. Mandy Moore, not the actress, by the way. I mean, Mandy Moore, the dance choreographer. I'm still looking at you guys like you could see me. With this audio. This is not what it sounded like. It sounds like in concert, by the way. Or this is, I believe, from the Disney documentary. It's a documentary that she has released on Disney. But that's like vigilante shit, right? From the beginning of the Eras Tour. When it first started. That is not where we ended on vigilante shit. Let me get a good shot of her in this bodysuit, so we could look at both of these bodysuits, so we can compare. So this is the first half, right? That's the bodysuit in the first half, right? Let me see if I can find a better still. Ah, yeah, here we go. No. Show me this one. So there's that one. Oh, I wonder if I can catch it in the same scene. Almost. So there's that one. This is her in the second half of the Eras Tour. We've had some differences that have occurred in the bodice, you know? Just a couple of changes. Oh, here we go. Here's a better one. Just a couple of changes in the bot. Oh no, I think that's an older one. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think that's still the earlier bodysuit. Yeah, a lot more cut out, a little bit shorter, a little bit more frilly. She's feeling, and she feels herself a lot more. Like, she still feels awkward during this performance. She's loosened up a little bit, but she's still kind of awkward with it. We all knew Taylor Swift was feeling a little more sexy when she got with her now fiance, back in the day, and back like 2 years ago, we saw the difference in how she was performing. So to me, I'm not surprised they get a song like Wood, because this was about a year into their relationship. She was making these songs. Yeah, the Genius annotation is laden with innuendos and sexual humor. Wood has Taylor Swift singing cheekily about the confidence and joy that she feels in her relationship with Travis Kelce, her now fiance. The lyrics may reference numerous different superstitions, but Swift will assuredly not be knocking on wood, as she feels that all the bad luck is now behind her. Now she's feeling confident with her partner. So, yeah, like Daisy's bare naked. I was distraught. He loves me not. He loves me not. Daisy, like a daisy, when you're pulling the petals off of a flower and you're being like, he loves me not, he loves me not. So the daisy's bare naked, because she's already pulled all the petals off. And he does not, and she ended on he loves me not. Penny's unlucky. I took him back, then stepped on the crack, and the black cat laughed. So all things superstition, right? And baby, I'll admit, I've been a little superstitious. Fingers crossed until you put your hand on mine. Seems to be that you and me, we make our own luck. A bad sign is all good. I ain't gotta knock on wood. All of that bitchin', wishing on the fallen star, never did me any good. I ain't got to knock on wood. It's you and me forever, dancing in the dark. All over me, it's understood. I ain't got to knock on wood. So we set up the fact that it's nighttime by saying, all that bitchin' wishing on a fallen star never did me any good, ain't got to knock on wood. It's you and me forever and dancing in the dark. Now, we've established it's nighttime because we've been wishing in the star. But we all know what dancing in the dark can also mean. Then forgive me, it sounds cocky. He ahmatized me and opened my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was a key that opened my thighs. And that's when you first are like, excuse me? What did she say? And a lot of people didn't. My favorite part about watching people react to this album is that people didn't catch that the first time. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. She doesn't need to catch the bouquet because she knows, she's going to get married. Or a different kind of hard rock is on its way. I'm not. And baby, I'll admit, I've been a little superstitious. The curse on me was broken by your magic wand. Because it's magic. He broke the curse. Seems to be that you and me, we make our own luck. New Heights is the name of her fiance's podcast that he has with his brother. Because he's from New Heights, from Cleveland, New Heights, over in Ohio. Of manhood, I ain't got to knock on wood. New Heights of manhood, because he's an upstanding gentleman, and nothing else, I'm sure. All that bitchin' wishing on a fallen star never did me any good. I ain't got to knock on wood. It's you and me forever, dancing in the dark. All over me, it's understood. I ain't got to knock on wood. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. He hypnotized me and opened my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was a key that opened my thighs. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. He hypnotized me and opened my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was a key that opened my thighs. There's not really any other way you could take open my thighs, but it could mean something else. But people are so upset about that. I need you guys to know. People are unhappy about this grown woman singing about grown woman activities. They're like, Taylor, how could you? Think of the children. And I'm just like, she's definitely thinking about some kind of children. aka having them. And it's so silly to me. It's such a silly argument that's happening. I'm just like, this is a grown woman thinking about singing about grown woman things, and not even like that explicitly. Also, the clean version of Wood is perfectly fine. It's also a bop. Wood is like unironically one of my favorite songs on the album. It's so good. It's fun. Here's the thing. The Life of a Showgirl, it's fun. It's a fun album. And I just don't think people know how to have fun anymore. I just don't think people know how to have fun. You know what? We're playing Wish List. Or by Wish List, I mean Wood. We'll play Wood. It also has like a funky feel. It's like it's almost like Jackson 5-ish. But I think that's also just the sound of the era. PB, oh my. Oh my, PB. Let me know if it's too loud. I have no idea how loud it is. Let me tell you my favorite part of the song. Let's see, I'll move this up a little bit so you guys can hear it. That was too loud. Crit. I think it's right here. Right here. It's right there. It's where she goes, redwood tree, hard not to see. When she says hard, in the background, she harmonizes. She doesn't even harmonize with herself. She just says hard behind it in the background. I'm just like, you're funny for that, Taylor. You're funny for that, Taylor. Yeah, the entire album has, not the entire album, but a lot of the album has very much this, for me, what feels old timey, an old energy to it. And I think it has there's a song on here called Elizabeth Taylor, and a lot of it feels like that around those eras, like that 60s, 70s era. where things were a little bit groovy, you know? Um like when I was listening to this for the first time, I was like, "Oh, I took because the color of this era is orange." And I was like, "Oh, I 1000%. This feels orange. Like I can see the orange. I could see like this those like the wooden paneling, how everything is a little bit orange tinted in the wood. I could see the shag carpets. I could see like the mod style. I could see the hairstyles. Like I understand listening to this album why you would choose for it to be um it to feel this way. Why it's the orange era. Anyways, we're going to listen to this album because I haven't listened to it today. And that seems like a damn shame. I don't think I listened to it yesterday either. I've been listening to this album nonstop. It's just light and fun and good. Also, the people talking about yeah, people use a Swiftie now. It's been a while. I in fact have been listening to Taylor Swift um pretty religiously since midnight, I would say. I've always liked Taylor Swift. I've never not liked Taylor Swift. Um but I definitely was a teenager when she was a teenager and coming up with music for the first time. I like when I go to connect things and then suddenly everything disappears. Like, what just happened here? Like, do 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 do. Um, but it was around the Midnight era where I started getting back into Taylor. She came. I know she came out with Folklore and Evermore during quarantine, the beginning, like the thick of it. But I'm not big into folksy music, and I did like some of the songs, but like the vibe isn't just something I listen to on a daily. Midnight's was though. Midnight's I couldn't listen to. Big fan of that album. And then when Tortured Poets came out in 2023, I listened to that album when it dropped, all 2 hours of it. Listen to the fuck out of that song or that album. Funnily enough, Torture Poets Department. I was not the biggest fan when Torture Poets Department first came out. I thought there were some bops that I really enjoyed. But as a whole, I wasn't in love with the album. But you know what I didn't do? Get on the internet and talk about how it's her worst album ever. Instead, I sat there with it until I got it, you know? Because here's the other thing. Sometimes you just gotta sit with an album. Like, sometimes you just have to sit with an album for a while before you, like, can really make a final judgment on it. Especially on an album, you know? Like, singles, I think you can feel one way or another about it if you're never gonna listen to the artist again. But if you're listening to an album, a vinyl, a CD, a cassette, like you're kind of stuck with those songs anyways. So you kind of just get used to them and then eventually you're able to listen to them with a new gained respect. Or not. You're allowed to also have skips in albums. I have some skips on some of the albums. And that's okay. It's okay not to like things, and it's also okay to like things. Also, at my big age, I just, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I don't like this music because it's popular. Like, if I'm not gonna like a song that coincidentally is popular, I'm gonna have a little bit more of a nuanced take on it. Then I just don't like it because it's popular. Admittedly, how it started is because I you know how I always talk about how I really like react content? Oh my god. Why would you do that? Why would I didn't even touch you? There we go. So whole line on the other side of the world disappeared there. Like straight, what did I do to you? Well, I was actually watching a react people react to a different album. I was listening to somebody react to Olivia Rodrigo's then newest album, Sour, and I came across these friends who were reacting. And one of the things that's hard to find in react content is to find just women, like a group of women reacting to things. You'll see a lot of like man and woman, man, group of men. You'll find a lot of men reacting to things. You don't really find a lot of women reacting to things, let alone groups of women. So it was already like interesting. They also had like a whole setup going, like they actually cared about their background and stuff like that. So like they really caught my eye with that attention to detail. And so I started watching. So I went to go see what other content they made, and I learned that they were pretty much a Taylor Swift, um, page. They would do analysis on her, or like they would do breakdowns on each of her songs and stuff like that, and um like right near the beginning of their album, they're like them starting the YouTube channel, they Taylor Swift came like surprise drop Folklore and Evermore and stuff like that. And so immediately I was kind of bought in because I was like, oh, that would make for a great thing to watch somebody react to, is them reacting to finding out, or like them reacting to an album they didn't even know was coming out, especially as super fans. And true to word, it was very interesting. It was really interesting to see it, and like just their sheer excitement for all things Taylor Swift was definitely infectious. Um, so, and like I watch a ton of things where I've never like listened or watched that content just to see other people's reaction to it. And this was one of those cases. Um and it was good. And so I kept watching them. And then here's the thing about Taylor Swift that I've also learned as I've been paying attention now, is that Taylor Swift is like Hamilton in the Hamilton musical. And I guess also in real life, is that she just keeps making shit. She just, I don't know where she finds the time, such as with, this album, The Life of a Showgirl, that she wrote while she was literally touring. Um, because she was like, you know what? I wanna make an album about my experience that I'm experiencing right now. And so during the week when she wasn't actively performing, she wrote the album. But yeah, so like what I've learned is if you like Taylor Swift, if you are a fan of Taylor Swift, you will never be lacking in content. Plus, like, you know how she does that, have a good night, Crit Witch, good night. You know how she does the, she's well known for like her Easter eggs and stuff like that. Like, all of that kind of just keeps you entertained as a fan. And like her music's also really good, so like that helps. That helps a lot. It does that. So that's how I became a fan. I was watching content and then I found out that these people made content. Because I was watching other people react to her, and now it's like, interesting. What is this? But I like the album. Big fan of the album. I think it's great. I have been listening to it nonstop. And like I said, the I bought a couple of versions of the album on digital because I don't really do physical media. Um so I don't buy like the CDs or anything like that. I was tempted for this one though, because like the pictures of Taylor are absolutely fucking fire. So I was like, I don't know, I'm fucking tempted. I don't know what's happening here. There's so many lines just randomly here, and I don't know what's happening. Like, there's so many of these. There we go. Holy shit. And what's happening down here? You guys can't see it, but I keep clicking on things incorrectly off on the side. So if I close something, I just drop stream. I'm so sorry. My favorite part is when she made this song. The same song where she's just like, I'm not a bad bitch, I'm not a savage. She starts off talking about how no one likes, everyone is just obsessed with apathy. And there's only trolls and memes now, and that's what people are interested in. And then this is a song people chose to talk about. I was like, she just read y'all like a fucking book, and I think that's why y'all are mad. She wrote a song how she predicted y'all would be some hateful bitches, and then suddenly, lo and behold, but yeah, I'm a big fan. I will, and I have talked your ears off about Taylor Swift. I almost streamed me listening to the album for the first time. I highly considered it. But because we're in the middle of Spooktober, like we were just beginning October, I was like, nah. I also just really enjoy just like vibe into music. So I just wanted to like sit or like lay there and listen to the album. And instead I just danced for the entire first half of the first part of this album, which is exactly what I fucking wanted. Again, this album for me. I want to leave it. I want within everything in me, I want to just leave it alone. But I can't. I can't do it. I can't leave it alone. I have to fix it. I should save while this is going down. Oh, back plus. I knew it was gonna come back to bite me. When I learned that the moment I learned that Erase had a had its own vector lines, I knew in that moment that it was gonna come back and bite me in the ass. My eyes are still very dry. Update, eyes still dry. No man has ever loved me like you do. Much it hurts. Has ever loved me like you do. You up down there? Oh, My also favorite thing about people talking about the lyrics on this album is that their least favorite songs on this album are also the ones with the slightly more complex lyrics. I'm like, she has written an album for you to understand. It's like, what's that old Nigerian adage? The wisdom chases you, but you're faster. That's them. Let me just follow this line. Oops. I also love all of the edits I've seen for a lot of these songs actually. Editors have been fed with some of these songs. But even just like TikToks people make about their own lives. Like with Wishlist, I've seen a lot of people making like TikToks about their own life, you know, about them finding their person and how their wish list came true, which had me feeling some kind of way. Please fix yourself. God bless. Oh, this is so chewed up. I don't think there's any way this gets saved. No. Not loves me not. I'm gonna see if I can find the delete line. I could have sworn I saw somewhere that it said delete line, but maybe it's just delete short lines. Oh my god, we're almost done with all these chewed up lines. Almost being the operative word here. I'm fighting for my life with these points, let me tell you. I think I've already looked over all of these. Need to move my way down. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Doesn't solve my problem. I wish it did. Being able to see my erase marks so vividly is so triggering. I'm just like mad at myself for erasing so much. I'm like, why you gotta erase so much? I think my favorite thing is all the Easter eggs that her fiance participated in when she announced this album on his podcast. That and him being so nervous because apparently he proposed right after the podcast and he was sweating. What is this? Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? I saw somebody say, because a lot of people again have been commenting about the lyrics of the album. I saw somebody in the comments say, it's like, and so what? I didn't have to look up anything this time. All I have to say is thank you, Taylor, for not making me have to look up anything this time. And someone in the comments was just like, oh, so we all knew what Kismet meant. Cool, 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 cool. And it made me laugh. Because when she said it, I was just like, this is going to be one of those words that I know I'm going to watch several people be like, what the hell is Kismet? And sure enough, actually, I didn't see almost anyone look up what Kismet meant. I'm not sure if they didn't catch it or if they just all knew what Kismet meant off the top of their noggins, which if so, hell yeah. Because I saw them looking up some what I thought were pretty obvious words during the Torture Poets department and also some other album drops. A lot of the times it just leaves me wondering, like, where did I learn that word? Apparently this is not a common word to know, but I know it. Where did I learn it? I think this is a fun song. It's my least favorite on the album. And it's partially because I'm not the biggest Sabrina Carpenter fan. I don't like her music typically. I think she's fine. She's a fine artist. She's just not for me. Yeah, this you'll just delete for me. No, fuck. I think Taylor did a great job of matching Sabrina Carpenter's vocals on the song. There are some points where I find it difficult to discern which of the two is singing. I think the song is very cool. I think it's very interesting. But it is simply my least favorite song on the album. Sometimes I'm feeling it, because I don't dislike it. It's just not my favorite, and I won't go out of my way to listen to it. But I think it is a good song, a good Eras Tour song. With the ending of just like, thank you, Vancouver. I know that the music has ended. I'm now realizing that I don't have loop automatically on, which I usually do, which is why this is usually not a problem. Why I turned it off. I don't know when I turned it off, to be honest with you. While that saves, I will go and change. God, it's almost 1 a.m. again. Oh, this was supposed to be fast. This is supposed to be a fast day. I think this is definitely going to be a 2-dayer then, 2 more days. Which means that I am going to have to make some choices. I have an idea for what to do with the location card slash um um slash the background. Also think it's very funny how many people suddenly became experts on Hamlet the moment this came out. Also, it's so funny because people are like, you're not going to be Shakespeare with songs like that. I'm like, clearly you don't know who Shakespeare was as a human. It's like people who are like, Mozart would never appreciate the music of today. And I'm like, Mozart would be at raves right now. Mozart, born in the wrong age. Mozart would love to live right now. Like, Mozart would be a problem. Mozart is what we would call a little bitch. Okay, so now that we fixed the majority of our black lines, our like our big, oh my gosh, our big outline, we will be able to get back to our fuck. Now that we're almost done with this, we'll be able to get started on finishing our little ones, our little lines, our little elevation lines. And then we'll be able to yeah, do these red lines, which are the small elevation lines. And then once we do that, we'll do the nature's trail. And then after we do the nature's trail, we'll be able to get started on painting the background. And then when we do that, the last step we'll do is all the labeling. The last step we're gonna do is add the grid line and the legend back. Oh, beautiful. Oh, it finally worked. Hell yeah. No. No. Not like this. What are we looking at here? Well, now I know what mistakes not to make in the future. Oh. I think it's so interesting that she asks Elizabeth Taylor if she can have it all. Because I wouldn't consider Taylor to be a modern day Elizabeth Taylor, right? But I could see why some people wouldn't consider her to be a modern day Elizabeth Taylor, considering her very public love life that people have made nigh impossible for her to just like be normal. I want to put, there's no bridge on the original map, but I want to add a bridge here. Because there's a literal nature trail here. And it feels bad. I'm trying to find, is it this one? It is this one. There we go. All right. I'm going to call it there for tonight. We're going to snooze that. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully finishing a lot of this, but thank you guys for stopping by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. I know it's just a load of lines, but hey, maybe I'll finally get to coloring. Coloring is my main goal. That's the fun part. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, which is why it's going to be fun. But, you know, it's like eating your vegetables. You have to do it. And honestly, I do like doing all the little lines. It's just tedious work. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to nice each other. Don't forget to be compassionate, and we'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye-bye. And thanks for putting up with all my Taylor Swift talk, because it won't end. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, nights. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate, and I will see you guys all in the next one. Bye-bye.